So, should we start? No. Although I was ready for such type of answer. And so we were talking about Nagoya Protocol, and we explored that dimension about protocol which actually demands the fair or just distribution of benefit arises out of the use of natural resources. That is the subject matter of Nagoya Protocol. I should like to correct myself about one factual information which I provided you all yesterday or in my previous lecture. It was a very silly type of mistake. Actually, for Nagoya Protocol, probably I said that this protocol was signed in 10th COP meeting of CBD, right? Actually, that was 10th or 7th, what you written? No, I'm not talking about year, I'm talking about
COP 7.
No, it was
Year was 2010.
year is correct. It was the 10th COP, not 7th. 10th COP meeting of CBD. Year is correct, 2010. 10th COP of CBD during 2010, right? Now I should explore various other dimensions related to that 10th COP only. Look, along with Nagoya Protocol, another development actually took place in that same 10th COP of CBD, and that second dimension of our interest is the subject of Achi biodiversity targets. Related to the subject matter of biodiversity conservation, few targets were, you can say, finalized and released from that 10th COP meeting only, and the very collective name given for those targets was Achi biodiversity target. Achi was the name of the exact location where that conference was taking place, right? So if I talk about the number of these Achi targets and their tenure, their total number was 20. 20 Achi targets were announced, and the very tenure of these targets was between 2011 to 2020. And it was being said in that COP that every member country have to ensure proper implementation of these 20 targets at national level, and member countries were allowed to reframe these 20 Achi targets in form of their own national target. This convenience or this flexibility, this convenience or this flexibility was given to member countries, कि although the number of Achi targets are 20, but member countries can reframe these targets as per their own convenience, right? Since India was also the member country of these the CBD and also the member of that 10th COP, so India also adopted these 20 Achi biodiversity targets, and for these 10 years India also worked relentlessly over these 20 targets. But how India reframed these 20 Achi targets? What India did actually, India converted these 20 Achi targets into 12 national biodiversity targets, right? And worked for these 12 targets for these 10 years. But you all know that this deadline, which is 2020, now it is the matter of past. We are in 2025. So when this 2020 deadline was actually passed, again a new series of discussion actually started at the platform of CBD, and the very agenda of that new series of discussion was key, what should be our next strategy post 2020 for biodiversity conservation, because till 2020 these targets were governing the entire framework, and the very agenda which actually you can say evolved after 2020 was about those new targets which should be launched after this deadline. And ultimately at the platform of 15th COP, initially I am providing all these informations in form of theory, then we will write it down. Ultimately at the platform of 15th COP, which was organized in the year of 2022, where originally this 15th COP was scheduled to be organized in Kunming city of China. But you all know that 2021 was the year of pandemic. That's why this meeting was further postponed and actually organized in the year of 2022, but not in Kunming, but in Montreal city of Canada. That's why the very 15th COP also popular in the name of Kunming Montreal COP of CBD. And at this platform, or in this 15th COP meeting, finally 23 new targets were announced, and these 23 new targets were related with the umbrella subject of what? Biodiversity conservation, right? And deadline to achieve these 23 new targets is 2030, and the collective name which was given to these 23 new targets was Global Biodiversity Framework. Global Biodiversity Framework. So you can say that as of now, India and entire global community is actually working over these 23 global biodiversity frameworks. And not only these 23 frameworks, but apart from it, 4 very larger goals were also announced in that 15th COP. And these goals were not for 2030, rather these 4 goals are for coming year of 2050. These 4 goals are very, you can say, larger agenda, right? So we need to dedicate few words about these frameworks and these 4 goals, because these are the current reality. As far as achieve biodiversity target subject is concerned, you just need to, you just need to write the very brief information about it, because this subject is not of current or contemporary relevance, right? So please start writing. At the platform of achieve biodiversity, at the platform of 15th COP of CBD, 10th COP, what happened today? 10th COP of CBD, at the platform of 10th COP of CBD, in bracket 2010, comma, 2020 Achi biodiversity targets were announced. Achi biodiversity targets were announced. And tenure of these targets is between 2000 was not is was between 2011 to 2020. Full stop. India reframed these 20 targets into 12 national biodiversity targets and undertaken various initiatives to ensure success over these 12 targets. Full stop. From next line. Performance of India on Achi targets was generally considered successful. Performance of India on Achi targets was generally considered as successful, particularly in relation to target number 11. Particularly in relation to target number 11, which focused on protected areas and other area-based conservation measures. Full stop. India exceeded this target of at least 17% protected area coverage. This target of at least 17% protected area coverage, 17% protected area coverage with over 20% of its geographical area, under biodiversity conservation. Full stop. In this regard, India was very attentive. India was very attentive on the strategy of under and attentive on the strategy of, now you should write the name of this strategy in quote unquote format, other, OTHER, other effective area based conservation measure. In short, it is known as OECM. Look, I'm trying to make this entire content more simple for you. The 11th target says that ki at least 17% geographical area of country should be recognized as a protected area, right? Government should recognize at least 70% area of its country as a protected area. Protected area means what? Natural human activities are not allowed there. Just for example, national park can be an example of a protected area. So it was the target given under that ACHI framework. But what has been performance of India as you written? India ensured 20% portion of its geographical area covered under the framework of protected areas, right? And for ensuring this success, India actually focused on the strategy of OECM. And OECM is what? Ki if it is not possible to ensure protection of a particular area by following the normal, or you can say conventional measures of protection due to any glitches, so government can explore any other alternative for protecting that area. Let's say ki if we talk about national park, I'm giving this hypothetical example. So for national park, the area of a particular location must be, let's say minimum area of that location must be of 400 square meter. That is one criteria to declare a particular location as a national park. But let's say ki there is one specific location nearby the city of Bhubaneswar, and area of that location is only 150 square meter. But that area is very, very important in terms of biodiversity. So it is not possible for government to protect that area by using normal measure of national park, because for national park, minimum area must be how much? 400. So this OECM strategy says that ki you can explore any alternative mechanism. Government can initiate any program, government can frame any alternative rule with the help of which such type of selective areas would be protected, right? And this strategy is known as what? OECM. And India has widely used this alternative strategy for ensuring protection of its geographical area, right? So it was a very brief note about performance of India over ACHI targets. But as I said, the subject of ACHI target has been a matter of past. Now we are in the era of these new global biodiversity targets. So you can put heading, new global biodiversity targets, new global biodiversity targets. These new global biodiversity targets, these targets were announced. These targets were announced at the platform of at the platform of 15th COP of CBD, which was organized in 2022. Full stop. 15th COP is also known as 15th COP is also known as Kunming-Montreal COP. Kunming-Montreal COP. Full stop. Total number of these new targets is 23, and deadline to achieve these targets is 2030. Deadline to achieve these targets is 2030. Full stop. Collectively, full stop and continue. Collectively, they are known as Global Biodiversity Framework. Collectively, they are known as Global Biodiversity Framework. Full stop. One very popular target is 30 into 30 target, which demands that at least 30% area of world WORLD must be recognized as protected area by the end of 2030. From next slide. Apart from 23 GBF targets, GBF means Global Biodiversity Framework. Apart from 23 GBF targets, four larger goals for 2050. 4 larger goals for 2050 were also announced. They are full stop, announced full stop. They are dash, and write down these 4 goals. To restore natural resources. Second, to prosper with natural resources. Third third one, to ensure equitable sharing of benefits, arises out of natural resources, and fourth one is research and collaboration. Research and collaboration. Again from next line. As the member country of CBD, comma, India also adopted these 23 GBF targets, and four larger goals of biodiversity conservation. Right? So it is about the very second subject of CBD, and related to that second subject, which talks about, or which demands equitable sharing of benefit of natural resources. Related to that second subject, we had a discussion about Nagoya Protocol, and the very COP where Nagoya Protocol was signed, in that COP only Aichi targets were announced, and you can say the next step of Aichi targets is the framework of these 23 global biodiversity frameworks, right? Now, if we again move back over those three agendas of CBD, so third agenda talks about safe handling of living modified organism. Are you able to recall it? We written it in our previous lecture. Third agenda of CBD is what? Safe handling of living modified or genetically modified organism, right? So as far as this third agenda is concerned, related to this agenda, a new protocol was signed in the year of 2000, and during 2000, for the very first time, extremely sorry, during 2000, for the very first time, extraordinary, or you can say emergency, COP was organized by that CBD platform only. Extraordinary means what? It was not the normal COP. And at the platform of this extraordinary COP, which was organized in Cartagena city of which country? Cartagena city of Colombia country. Colombia is in which continent? You have to answer me. Last one. Yes. Colombia city is in which continent? What is your answer? Unacceptable. It is in South America. right? So during 2000, a protocol was signed in this extraordinary COP meeting of CBD, which was organized in Cartagena city. That's why the name of that protocol is Cartagena Protocol. Cartagena Protocol. And you must remember this information. The subject matter of Cartagena Protocol is fair and equal distribution of benefit arises out of natural resources. Am I correct or not? No. The subject matter of Cartagena Protocol is what? Safe handling of living modified organism. And one very popular example you can say of living modified organism is what? Genetically modified organism. Another example may be genetically edited organism. These are two different technologies. Look, since this is not the class of science tech, so I would not take a very depth discussion of these two technologies, but I should share few basic idea about it. The basic difference between genetic modification and gene editing is what? When you go for genetic modification of any living organism, that living organism may be any plant, it may be any other organism like animal, bird, it may be, right? So genetic modification means you are trying to introduce a foreign gene into the very body, or you can say natural genetic structure of that organism. And by introducing that foreign gene, you will try to, you can say, induce any required change in the behavior of that organism, whatever change which you want, right? So that technology is known as genetic modification, because you modified the genetic structure. How you modified? By introducing any foreign gene. But as far as gene editing technology is concerned, probably you may be familiar about Human Genome Project. It is a very big project of India. You must read about it. So what is gene editing? In the process of gene editing, we are not introduce a foreign gene. No. We just try to introduce, or we just need to go for editing of natural genetic structure of organism. So by ensuring the editing of that natural genetic structure, we try to introduce the required change in behavior of that organism. This is the basic difference between GM and genetically edited living organism. But whether it is GM organism or it is genetically edited organism, both can be considered as the example of living modified organism, LMO, right? So we should write information about this protocol also. If you want, you can put heading Cartagena Protocol of CBD, CART, not CAT, CART, Cartagena Protocol of CBD. This protocol was signed in the year of 2000. In the year of 2000, at the platform of first extraordinary COP, at the platform of first extraordinary COP meeting of CBD, extraordinary COP meeting of CBD, which was held in Cartagena city of Colombia, full stop. Subject of Cartagena Protocol, next information. Subject of Cartagena Protocol is safe handling of safe handling of living modified organisms in bracket living modified organisms in bracket GM genetically modified as well as genetically edited, genetically modified as well as genetically edited organisms, genetically modified as well as genetically edited organisms, bracket close. This protocol was effective. This protocol became effective. This protocol became effective in 2003. Again from next line. As the member country of CBD, India also ratified this protocol. India also ratified this protocol and India also ratified this protocol and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is the nodal agency and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is the nodal agency of this protocol in India, is the nodal agency of this protocol in India. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is the nodal agency of this protocol in India, which comma kar dena comma, which work with assistance of now I'm going to pronounce the name of an organization of genetic engineering appraisal committee, with assistance of genetic engineering appraisal committee, genetic engineering appraisal committee, in short GEAC. Now, we should be familiar about the very function and power of this agency also. You should write few information about GEAC. Established in 1989, under Environment Protection Act 1986. Established in 1989 under Environment Protection Act 1986. It is an statutory body. Which function is to regulate the use of GM or GE organisms in India. Full stop. Production, full stop and continue. Production, comma, import and selling of any GM organism in India requires the approval of GEAC. Right? Look, when we talk about the practical execution of this GM technology in India, so a very popular I can say effort in this regard is the effort of genetic modification of a particular crop, and that crop is cotton. In India, GEAC has given its approval for commercial cultivation of only one GM crop so far, and that one is GM cotton. It is also known as BT cotton. BT cotton is the only crop which GM version can be commercially cultivated by any farmer in India, right? And the subject matter of GM crops, or you can say the future of GM crops in India, is one very popular subject of public discourse in our country. Why it is a very popular subject of public discourse? Because when we talk about genetically modified crops, so it is a very short information that genetic modification in a particular crop has been introduced for satisfying one particular purpose. That purpose may be anything. Let's say purpose may be to protect that crop from any disease. For protecting a crop from a disease, its genetic modification can be performed. That another crop, that this is second possible purpose of genetic modification. So in order to satisfy any of functions, the process of genetic modification used to be performed over a given crop. As far as the case of India is concerned, various conventional crops are actually prone to multiple types of disease in our country. And due to these disease, productivity of various crops are always under the, you can say, question mark of lesser productivity, and it becomes the subject matter of concern for farmers. So India has always been in this particular mindset ki how we can get rid of these problems, such as the problem of lesser productivity of crop, the problem of lesser financial income of farmer, how we can get rid of all these problems. So one very popular, you can say, technological solution which used to be suggested for redressing all this problem is the solution of introducing GM technology. So what is the relevance of this GM technology as far as agricultural production is concerned in India? We can assume certain data here. On the one side, you all know that India is the most populous country of world. So government has burden to ensure sufficient availability of various crops for this much population. This is a specific burden for government. But on the other side, when we talk about the very size of our country, so share of India in total land surface of world is just 2.5%. And you should be very, very cautious here. Ki over that 2.5% share, the entire land is not available only for agricultural production. Here I am talking about the geographical area of entire country. So entire geographical area of country is not available for agricultural production ना. अरे सड़कें भी बननी है, घर भी बनना है, ये सारा काम इसी 2.4% पे होना है और उसके साथ एग्रीकल्चरल प्रोडक्शन भी होना है. So you can imagine the very intensity of burden before government कि we have very limited, you can say, farm holding size in our country, and by using that limited farm holding size, our burden or burden of government is to feed, you can say, an enormous burden of population around 1.4 billion, right? So how this challenge can be managed? So one possible solution is what? To adopt which technology? GM technology in agricultural production. GM technology means what? Farmers should be mobilized for adopting the cultivation of GM crops so that they can ensure a decent productivity even over a very small farmland or a small area. That's why the concept of GM crop is one very popular subject of discussion in our country. And as far as the scope of production, domestic production of GM crops in India is concerned, as I recently said, that only BT cotton is that GM crop which commercial production can be done in India. We cannot find out any other crop apart from it. Most recently, 3 to 4 years, that GESE agency gave its approval for commercial use of second, you can say, GM crop for our India, and that is DMH11. DMH11 is actually a variety of mustard, right? But despite of the approval given by GESE, even today in India it is not possible to cultivate this variety of mustard because that decision of GESE is in adjudication process of Supreme Court. In response of that, you can say, verdict of approval of GESE, many activists filed a PIL in Supreme Court, and it was their concern that this DMH11 variety of mustard will have very larger negative impact over surrounding crops. That's why its commercial cultivation should not be allowed. And as far as the future of this crop in India is concerned, I cannot make any comment because it is pending in Supreme Court. So it should be your responsibility to follow this case in your current affair, right? But as far as approval is concerned, GESE has been given its approval for this DMH11, GM variety of mustard, right? So since this subject of GM crop is a very important subject of public discourse in our country, so again I can say that in order to place us in a very safe side, we should try to prepare a short note upon the, you can say, feasibility of GM crops in India. why it is required, what are its negative possible repercussion, and what should be our course of action as far as this concept is concerned. So you can put heading feasibility of GM crops, feasibility of GM crops in India. Feasibility of GM crops in India. Please start writing. GM crops are requirement of contemporary global scenario more specifically for India, full stop. Relevance of GM crops for India can be appreciated on the fact that availability of land holding is very less, full stop. India's, full stop and continue, India's average operational holding size is 1.33 hectare per person, 1.33 hectare per person, comma, which is significantly lower than world or global average of 3.7 hectare per person, 3.7 hectare per person, 7 hectare per person. But on the other side, India is most populous country of world. India is most populous country of world. Full stop. These informations indicates that to ensure sufficient availability of to ensure sufficient availability of crops for entire population, ensure sufficient availability of crops for entire population is a very big challenge, for country. Full stop. Intensity of, full stop and continue. Intensity of this problem, which problem? Lack of availability of crops. Intensity of this problem is even more for some specific crops, of our daily use, such as pulse, comma, oil seed, etc. In case of, I'm giving one supporting data here, full stop and continue. In case of edible oil, comma, more than 50% proportion, more than 50% proportion of, more than 50% proportion of consumption requirement of country is being fulfilled through import, but the option of import should not be considered as, should not be considered as a sustainable way satisfying requirement of population, sustainable way of satisfying requirement of population, as it is a costlier deal, as well as it is prone to many types of uncertainties, uncertainties. Full stop. Therefore, full stop, and continue. Therefore, for enhancing the efficiency of domestic production, for enhancing the efficiency of domestic production of various crops in our country, comma, GM technology hold its relevance. Full stop. Global experience says that many countries of world like Brazil, USA, are adopting the culture of cultivation of various GM crops, at large scale, and they are enjoying decent productivity in their agricultural production. Full stop. From next line, as far as India is concerned, comma, country is importing and consuming. As far as India is concerned, comma, country is importing and consuming many GM crops for example, average annual import of GM soybean, in India is more than 2 lakh ton. Similarly, average annual import of canola oil, canola oil in India is around 55,000 ton. Is around 55,000 ton. कैनोला ऑयल के साथ जीएम भी ऐड कर दो, जीएम कैनोला ऑयल, GM canola oil is 55,000 ton, full stop. It means that we can conclude for increasing domestic production of GM crops in our country, full stop. In this regard, GEAC has already been given its approval for. In this regard, GEAC has already been given its approval for commercial cultivation of BT cotton and DMH11 mustard. In bracket, approval given to DMH11 is under adjudication of Supreme Court. Okay, wait. Now, are you able to develop your own view about this subject? Huh? Now, if I ask that by citing all these arguments, what should be your suggestion for government? The government should allow the GM variants of crops, and if allowed, so what should be manner of that approval? In one go or with some precautions, or what should be your suggestion for government? Now, what should be your suggestion for government is not a bookish content. It is purely your own thought. It should be. If you have availability of sufficient information of any given subject, so you need to inculcate that skill of providing any suggestion for future course of time by using that information of given content. It should be your habit and skill. Then only you can perform well in mains. So how government should increase the very culture of GM crops in India? Should you write this suggestion in one line? It means government should allow it. Or would you write this suggestion with some precaution or with some other alternatives? Look, as I said, this is your first session in this particular institution? Your batch is starting with ecology only, or have you read any other subject before ecology in your institution? Huh? How many have first? How this batch of ecology is the first batch for how many candidates? Ecology. Not all. I'm asking ki you are attending this institution for first time with the batch of ecology. Is it the case? For 2 to 3 persons it is the case. But what for other persons, other candidates? दूसरे सब्जेक्ट में भी आपको इस तरीके का देखो होता क्या है ना कि फैकल्टी 3 दिन लगता है केवल फैकल्टी को बैच कैसा है समझने में, और 3 दिन के बाद उस बैच को कैसे ले जाके कहाँ पे रखना है वो फैकल्टी डिसाइड कर लेता है मेंटली। तो ये मैं आपको बहुत एक प्रैक्टिकल बात बता रहा हूं कि अगर आप चाहते हो कि एक हेल्दी डिस्कशन आपके इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे जो भी फैकल्टी आ रहा है अपने अपने सब्जेक्ट का करे, तो उसके लिए आपको अपना बिहेवियर वैसा दिखाना पड़ेगा, योर ईगरनेस। फैकल्टी को ये लगना चाहिए कि यू आर एक्चुअली विलिंग फॉर सम न्यू कंटेंट, सम न्यू हैबिट। फैकल्टी को बस ऐसा जिस दिन लग गया कि बस आप खाना पूर्ति कर रहे हो कि आ रहे हो 4 घंटा बैठ रहे हो, जो बताया जा रहा है पढ़ रहे हो चले जा रहे हो, तो फैकल्टी का भी वो सेंस ऑफ इनकरेजमेंट सस्टेन नहीं रह पाएगा। 1-2 क्लास में वो जबरदस्ती करेगा, तीसरी क्लास से वो भी वैसा हो जाता है। तो दिस क्राउड हैज रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू, I can say, form or destroy the atmosphere of this entire, I can say, institution. और जिस तरीके का बिहेवियर, जिस तरीके का ईगरनेस क्राउड्स का दिखता है, फैकल्टी उसी के अकॉर्डिंग अपने आप को मोल्ड करता रहता है। तो जिस दिन मुझे लग जाएगा कि you are just looking for the only that much content which I am providing to you, you are not taking any effort in that required process, so the sense of fatigue will start dominating my mindset. So that's why I'm asking these questions. And look, मेरे को टाइम रहता तो मैं बहुत सारी चीजें आप लोगों के साथ और परफॉर्म करता। इन माय लॉन्गर बैचेस आई यूज्ड टू कंडक्ट द सेशन ऑफ डिबेट आल्सो, एंड आई यूज्ड टू गिव प्लेटफॉर्म टू माय एस्पिरेंट्स, टू माय स्टूडेंट्स। हर लेक्चर में मैं करता हूँ, बट हियर आई डज नॉट हैव दैट मच सफिशिएंट टाइम, क्योंकि मुझे बैच भी कंप्लीट करना है, फिर निकलना भी है। फिर भी वॉट एवर लिमिटेड टाइम आई हैव, I am trying my level best to make you very, very mature aspirant, at least for the subject of ecology, which is my responsibility. That's why I'm repeatedly raising such questions. I used to make you aware by exposing your loopholes. Exposition of your loophole is not for demeaning you. No. It is only for making you aware, right? So take a burden and try to frame your own approach about this subject, which you will follow or which you will suggest for government. Look, whenever you have to give your suggestion for future course of time related to any subject, I am giving this general suggestion to all of you. You just need to think about all possible dimensions of that subject which may be noticed in future course of time, and by considering all those dimensions you need to prepare that strategy, कि what strategy should be formulated or should be introduced. For example, if we talk about the subject of GM crops in India, it is the subject which we are discussing. So if I have to give suggestion to government about the future, you can say, strategy for GM crops in India, so I need to be attentive about those negative impacts also which has been noticed in past days, and those negative effects are the negative effects of these GM crops over surrounding. Many experts actually criticized this concept of GM crop by citing their argument ki these GM crops have very, you can say, multi-dimensional type of negative impact over surrounding. Multi-dimensional negative impact means what? It has been argued that GM crops actually led to introduction of various exotic weeds, and these weeds actually affect the productivity of other crops of that region. This problem has been noticed. Second problem, it has also been argued by many experts that these GM crop actually, yes sir. So second negative impact which has been noticed is that these GM crops actually affect the natural chemical profile of soils where they are being grown, right? So by looking these possible negative impact of GM crops, we should think about their possible future. But at the same time, we should not forget their positive aspects also. What is their positive aspects? You written? Huh? So what would be a very proper suggestion for government? You can suggest that government need to follow a very diligent process with multi-dimensional monitoring mechanism for allowing the culture of GM crops in our country. Why that multi-dimensional monitoring mechanism is required? Because if we noticed any particular problem associated with GM crop at that particular stage, we would be in condition to stop that culture at that moment only. That's why our suggestion should be like that, कि government need to follow a very due diligent path. A regular, you can say, a regular mechanism of monitoring and supervision needs to be conducted in the very production cycle of GM crops, and any decision should be based on proper research and the very findings of that particular research. By taking reference of findings of that research, it would be feasible for us to take a call about future course of time, right? So this type of suggestion you can think about for government. But to be very honest, it is not my duty to dictate these suggestions, because this is my personal opinion. You may also think any logical opinion, which should be your own thought. So opinion, possible course of action, ये सब रटने या याद करने वाली चीजें नहीं होती हैं. कंटेंट को समझकर आप अपने हिसाब से सब्जेक्ट मैटर पर अपना फ्यूचर कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन क्या हो सकता है, उसका माइंडसेट डेवलप करने की कोशिश किया करो, राइट? So since this is my first, I can say, content related to this type of approach, so I am dictating that so-called suggestion in a very brief manner only for your support, but it is my strong advice for all of you, don't rely yourself over faculty as far as suggestions or future course of action is concerned. right? Please write down. If you want, you can put one subheading, way ahead, and write down above mentioned contents inform us that GM crops have potential to make India self-sufficient for many required crops, but at the same time, we should not be oblivious. We should not be oblivious of potential negative impact of these GM crops over surrounding environment, such as introduction of weeds, 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 negative impact upon natural chemical profile of soil, etc. Therefore, government and related agencies need to follow due diligent procedure with proper research and development for promoting the culture of GM crops, in our country. Right? Now, I am giving you all one mains oriented question based on this topic only. You should practice this question. Write down. GM GM crops are the solution of food security, solution of food insecurity in India, but at the same time, but at the same time, it may it may affect the objective of biodiversity conservation, full stop. Along with explaining, along with along with explaining this statement, comma, suggest your own opinion, about future about future about future of GM crops in India. Future of GM crops in India. 250 words. 250. So, with this, we have finished the discussion of ongoing topic, which was the topic of CBD, Convention on Bio. Whatever content which we have discussed so far, all these contents are the subset of that CBD mechanism. As I said in my previous lecture, that many national level initiatives of India and many other countries also are actually the implementation of their international level commitment given at any international level treaty or organization. So, for example, this CBD is that international level mechanism of which India is also a member country, and along with discussion of this international mechanism of CBD, we talked about national level implementation related measures. For example, Biodiversity Act of 2002. This is the implementation of this international framework in India. Similarly, related to Nagoya Protocol, related to Cartagena Protocol of CBD, we talked about the framework of GEAC in India. Yes or not? So, this is all about what? Integration of all these different topics. अब हम इन टॉपिक्स को रैंडम तरीके से आइसोलेशन में पढ़ते तो फिर इनका आपस में कोरिलेशन क्या है वो हम नहीं समझ पाते. Now you are in condition to correlate all these topics with each other, right? After finishing this particular topic of CBD, now we should talk about another, you can say, international level framework which is related with the subject of biodiversity conservation only, and that is the framework of again another convention, and that convention is looking for protecting endangered species from the problem of illegal trade. That convention is popular with the name of CITES Convention. And since this convention was signed in Washington, that's why many books consider this convention as Washington Convention, right? So we should start discussion about this convention. Oh, before taking up that topic of CITES, again it is a formality. We should prepare again a very short note about some loopholes which were there in Biodiversity Act of 2002. Actually, I should discuss this content in my previous lecture only, but I actually skipped that dimension. So here we should prepare that content first. As you all know that Biodiversity Act 2002 of India talks about conservation of biodiversity, and this act has provision of establishing National Biodiversity Act, National Biodiversity Authority at national level, and function of that National Biodiversity Authority is to conserve biodiversity, to take punitive actions, to approve IPR rights to any foreign entity if they use any natural resource of or biological resource of India. We covered all these dimensions about that act. Here we should write some points of loopholes which may be asked in your mains. What are those loopholes in Biodiversity Act which needs to be rectified? So please put heading loopholes of Biodiversity Act 2002. Under that heading, if you want, you can write this in, I can say, informatory statement that provision of this act has been covered in previous lecture, ताकि आपको पता हो कि इसके provisions already किए जा चुके हैं. यहाँ पे हम केवल loopholes की बात करेंगे. Write down first loophole. The act is largely obsessed for regulating the use process of biological resources of country instead of core subject of biodiversity conservation. Instead of core subject of biodiversity conservation. Next, this act also silent. This act is also silent upon the required procedure to deal with preservation and security of biodiversity, to deal with preservation and security of biodiversity. Third point, instead of now next few terms should be written under quote unquote mechanism. Instead of benefit sharing mechanism, now you should close it, comma, act should be cautious about biodiversity conservation, one more loophole. Use of term term, and again under quote unquote guidelines, use of term guidelines, close it, for regulating procedures is not clearly defined within act, and one more, act does not consist the special provision act does not consist the special provision to promote traditional medical practices by using biological resources of country. Right? So these are very significant loopholes which are there in that particular act, but in recent past government tried to rectify these loopholes of that Biodiversity Act by introducing an amendment. That amendment was introduced by government in the year of 2021, and through that amendment, government tried to rectify some of these mentioned loopholes. So here only we should write few newer provisions inserted by government in this act through that amendment procedure of the year of 2021. So by changing paragraph, you should write through introduction of amendment in 2021, government tried to rectify some of these lacunas of act, full stop, some of these lacunas of act, full stop. Salient provisions which were inserted through amendment are salient procedures which were inserted through amendment are dash and 1 2 3 4, please write down. Inserted through amendment are dash. First, users of traditional knowledge and Ayush practitioners. Users of traditional knowledge and Ayush practitioners will be exempted from the responsibility of sharing benefits with local community. From the responsibility of sharing benefits with local community. Second, bill removes, और amendment भी लिख सकते हो, amendment removes research and biological survey activities. Act amendment or bill removes research and biological survey activities from the purview of benefit sharing requirement. From the purview of benefit sharing requirements. And one more, bill oblique amendment decriminalize all offenses recognized under this act. ये जो लास्ट आपने प्रोविजन लिखा है, इसके ही रेफरेंस में अगर आप चाहो तो लूप होल का एक और पॉइंट ऐड कर सकते हो. क्या कि इस 2002 एक्ट की एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम क्या थी कि जितने भी ऑफेंसेस थे they were recognized as a criminal offense. And criminal offense means what? Criminal offense means there is provision of sentencing in case of violation of any provision. Offenses are of two types, criminal and civil. So civil offense means there shall be imposition of duty fine over culprit. And criminal offense का मतलब कि culprit will be will face sentencing. Sentencing means what? Imprisonment, right? So it was also another loophole. If you want, you can add this point also in the list of loophole only. Criminalization of offense was at this point in loophole. Criminalization of offense was very rigid provision of this act. Very rigid provision of this act. So it was a short note, and again here I am giving another question for practicing. Write down that question. By informing background of National Biodiversity Act 2002, comment on efficiency of this act in India. Efficiency of this act in India. Right? So now we have actually finished the topic of CBD, and I should move at the next topic, which is a new, I can say, subject of international measure related to biodiversity, and that is the subject of CITES. CITES refers to Convention on International Trade of endangered species of fauna and flora. Again, this topic is full of informations, and we need to be aware about those informations related to this topic. Right informations, also known as convention, also Washington Convention, signed in 1979 1979, signed in 1979, became effective from 1983, but became effective from 1983. Next information. Most important decision making platform of this convention. Most important decision making platform of this convention is its COP meeting, which organizes at the interval of every three years, or at the gap of every 3 years. And in bracket you should write down, yes. In bracket you should write down. No. India had hosted one COP meeting. It had hosted one sites convention. Bracket close. Next information. Subject or agenda of this convention is to protect endangered species from their illegal trade, all recognized species under this convention are categorizes into three different appendixes. Categorizes into three different appendixes. Now you should write information about these appendix. First appendix consists endangered species which are very close to extinction. Second appendix consists is protection protection appendix consist those species which are being protected within at least one member country of CITES convention, one member country of CITES convention. So it is about this convention. And again, what is the manner of our discussion? Initially, we are taking up international effort, and then in relation to that international effort, we are talking about its national level implementation. So if we talk about India, India is also the member country of this CITES convention, and as far as the mechanism of implementation of this CITES convention in India is concerned, in this regard we can talk about one very popular act of India. This act is for protection of entire wildlife, and protection does not mean to protect from trade only. I am talking about all possible dimensions of protection, and one aspect of that protection is what? Protection from their illegal trade. This act is known as Wildlife Protection Act, which was passed by Parliament even before CITES convention in the year of 1972 only. And still this Wildlife Protection Act is operational in India. So again, we need to talk about various salient provisions of this WPA 1972. Look, the very framework of WTA was started by Government of India under its responsibility to, I can say, support one very popular international mechanism of that time scenario, and that was the international mechanism of Stockholm Convention. That Stockholm Convention was organized by UN in 1972 only, and India also participated in that Stockholm Convention. And by taking inspiration from that convention only, Government of India passed this act in the same year of 1972. By the way, I am repeatedly using the term act ACT Act, Biodiversity Act, then WPA Act 1972. Can you explain the very point of difference between rule and act of government, or both are same terms? Sometimes we use rule, sometimes we use the term act. So is there any difference between rule and act, or both are same procedures? Different? Really? Why it is different? Because I asked about it. What?
Passed by the parliament with the assent of the final assent of president.
Uh-huh.
Rules does not necessarily by the parliament.
Rule does not have any link with parliament at all. Rules are framed by government with the effect of their own capacity. So rule means a provision formulated by government through its executive order. And act means a procedure or provision passed by or prepared by parliament. Right? So this is the difference between these two terms, rule and act. By the way, what is difference between bill and act? You have to answer me. Any person among these three candidates. Bill or act? Or both are same? Both are similar? No? So what is difference? Anyone? Then it became act. Bill is that procedure with the help of which government, or you can say any member of legislature, want to, or you can say they actually go for tabling or presenting their proposal at the floor of parliament. And when that procedure actually passed by parliament, or that when that procedure become the very final call of parliament, the same procedure will be treated as act, right? So these are some basic terms. And why I taken the very discussion about these terms, because in my entire journey of this subject, I will use these terms very frequently. Sometime I will use term rule, sometime bill, sometime. So you need to be familiar about it, right? So what is WPA? Please put heading, or by changing paragraph you can write now. National level commitment of India, national level commitment of India of CITES convention is Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Please put heading WPA 1972. This act is ambitious for this act is ambitious for this act is ambitious for protecting wildlife of country full stop. In terms of severity of protection, comma, this act protected all protected all flora and fauna species into following 6 schedules. Species into schedules. Now first schedule, write down schedule 1. Those species which are highly protected and any violation attract severe punishment. Any violation attract severe punishment. Schedule 2, Schedule 3 and Schedule 4. The second one. Schedule 2, Schedule 3 and Schedule 4 consist protected fauna species. Flora nahi, fauna. Fauna means what? Birds and animals. Protected fauna species, but intensity of protection is lesser than intensity of protection is lesser than intensity of protection of schedule 1. Intensity of protection of schedule 1. शेड्यूल 1 में एक पॉइंट और ऐड कर दो. शेड्यूल 1 में इसके ऊपर का जो पॉइंट था, शेड्यूल 1 यू रोट 2 स्पीशीज ना, those species which are highly protected. So what term you need to you need to add it here? Those species of fauna. Fauna means animals and birds. It means what is the key information you need to consider here? Schedule 1 to Schedule 4 only talks about fauna species which are under protection. And as you move from Schedule 1 towards Schedule 4, the intensity of production starts reducing. As far as 5th schedule is concerned, it is a very unique provision of this act. This 5th schedule is for those, you can say, animals or birds, again fauna species, which are not protected, or you can say which are exempted from protection. And exempted from protection means what? Anyone can hunt them, and no any punitive action will be attracted or will be there in case of hunting. But it is not a very usual procedure to give or to provide exemption of a particular species from protection under Schedule 5. It is not a usual mechanism. It is a very rare case. And those species of fauna which are included under 5th schedule of this act, they are actually known as vermin. Those species are known as what? Vermin. Vermin means those animals or those birds which can be hunted, and there is no any legal, you can say, punishment in hunting. But there must be some guiding parameter to declare a particular animal or bird as a vermin. So what is that guiding parameter? If presence of an animal or bird in a particular region becomes very problematic for the survival of common public, so only for that region that given species will be declared as vermin. By whom? Who have power to declare a particular species as a vermin species? Only Ministry of Environment. Only Ministry of Environment. And if we try to take some example of vermin in case of our country, in many occasions, on many occasions, Ministry of Environment declared multiple species of fauna as vermin species for some specific locations of our country. For example, in Himachal Pradesh for some time, monkeys were declared as vermin. You may be familiar about one named Nilgai. They creates problem for in agricultural production. So in many regions of our country, these Nilgai has also been declared as vermin. But the declaration of vermin is not the permanent procedure. Government need to supervise this decision at successive point of time, and whenever government feel ki now the presence of that animal is no longer problematic for local population, that animal will be excluded from the ambit of vermin category. So for which mechanism Schedule 5 is famous? For vermin. Schedule 5 consists vermin species. Write down. Schedule 5. It consists vermin. Animals and birds which can be hunted, full stop. Write down few factual information in that same paragraph. on the basis of request raised by state governments comma, Ministry of Environment has power to declare a particular animal or bird as vermin only for that state only for that state, full stop. And sixth schedule consists protected plant species. Plant species means flora. Protected plant species. Is it okay? So it is about these 6 schedules of WPA 1972. Apart from the provision of this scheduling, we need to be familiar about one another very popular provision of this WPA Act, and that is the provision of protected areas. As far as India is concerned, the very notion of protected area is a legal term. And this legal term is recognized under which act? WPA 1972. This WPA 1972 has provision of, you can say, 4 major types of protected area. This act speaks about it. National park, you should write down. Next provision. This act provides for establishment of protected areas for protection of wildlife, full stop. These protected areas are national park, wildlife sanctuary, then conservation reserve, and one more is community reserve. Now what these 2 reserves are actually? You should write an explanatory statement about conservation reserve. It is for conservation reserve, right? It is a transition area which connect. It is a transition area which connect national park or wildlife sanctuary with wildlife sanctuary with legal or recognized forest full stop. They are owned by government. They are owned by government, but rights of local communities, but rights of local communities, is recognized. Rights of local communities means what? Let's say collection of timber products, collection of natural resources. I'm talking about these rights of local tribe, whoever reside around that conservation reserve. If you want, you can write down example of this term. Right means what? Here right means right to collect timber products, right to collect other natural resource, right to collect other natural resource from conservation reserve area, other natural resource from conservation reserve area. Full stop. Now, what are community reserve? Community reserve are private lands. Community reserves are private lands, but they are private lands, but they are also under the protection regime of government. Protection regime of government. ध्यान रखना हमेशा. And if I am correct on my part, this question has been asked by UPSC for one time in prelims कि what are protected areas. तो protected areas की बात आएगी तो ये चार नाम याद रखना. Biosphere reserve is the part of protected area in legal sense? No. Although in theoretical manner they can be considered as a protected areas. But whenever we talk about protected area in a legal sense means protected area recognized by WPA 1972. In that context, biosphere reserve is not the part of this list, right? So these are some provisions. Again, we should talk about the last dimension of this WPA 1972. In the year of 2022, again government introduced few amendments in the provision of this WPA Act, and those amendments were about rescheduling. Rescheduling means changing or alignment of different schedules with each other, and some new provisions were added through that amendment, which was actually taken in the year of 2022. So we should complete this entire content with by taking up that amendment only. Please put heading 2022 amendment. 2022 amendment of WPA 1972. And write down 2022 amendment of WPA 1972. Write down. Through this amendment, government tried to align, A-L-I-N-G-E, align this act with CITES Convention, major features, CITES conventions, full stop, and then continue. Major features introduced through amendment. Major features introduced through amendment were: first one, number of schedules were reduces from 6 to 4. Now, what are these 4 new schedules? You should write few words about them. Now I am talking about these 4 new schedules. Schedule 1, those fauna species which attract severe protection. It is Schedule 1. Similarly, Schedule 2, those fauna species which attract lesser protection, Schedule 3, those plants which are protected, and Schedule 4 consists flora and fauna species recognized under CITES. Flora and fauna species recognized under CITES Convention. Next provision, the category of vermin, or you can write in this manner कि erstwhile, ERSTWHILE, erstwhile category of vermin. Yes, it is second provision. Write down the erstwhile category of vermin in bracket schedule 5 has been excluded. Next provision, central government shall work for protection of invasive alien species. Invasive alien species. Next point, use of animal has been permitted for religious or any other purposes. And last, the minimum fine in case of violation, has been increased from 10,000 rupees to 25,000 rupees. ₹10,000 to 25,000 rupees. So it was about the international framework known as CITES and its national level commitment in India in the form of WPA 1972. Hello. So again for next 1.5 hours we shall conduct discussion regarding few other conventions and programs which are related with biodiversity conservation. The very next topic in our this journey is the framework of CMS, which means Convention on Migratory Species. And since this convention was signed in the year of again 1979 in Bonn city of Germany, that's why this convention is also popular as Bonn Convention. So it is a very small topic, but may be important for your prelims. So we need to develop few informations. You can write down about bone convention. It should be your heading. This convention has objective to protect migratory species of, ऐसे देखो, species of the migratory animal, bird or aquatic species This convention was signed in 1979 and became effective in 1983. Next point. All covered, COVERED, all covered species under this convention are divided into two appendixes from next line. Appendix 1 consists those migratory species which are threatened with extinction, and from next line, Appendix 2 consist migratory species which are not threatened but they also need international cooperation for their protection. Next information. This convention was signed under UNEP platform, UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, under UNEP platform, write few info this UNEP platform, and whatever content which you will write about UNEP, you need to enclose that entire content within a square or circle so that you develop your sense kit is an extra piece of information. Write down few informations about UNEP. Founded in 1972. This platform is responsible for coordination between various efforts of United Nations related to environment protection, and you should be aware about two very popular initiatives of this agency known as UNEP. You should write down two popular programs of UNEP are first, Champions of Earth Award distribution. Champions of Earth Award distribution. And second one is Global 500 500 roll ROLL of honor. 500 roll of honor. These are the two popular initiatives of UNEP. You just need to be familiar with these terms. So it was all about UNEP. Now another information about CMS, Convention on Migratory Species. 13th COP of CMS was held in 13th COP of CMS was held in Gandhinagar city of India, during 2020. And Gandhinagar Declaration was the major outcome. Gandhinagar Declaration was the major outcome of that COP meeting. Gandhinagar Declaration was the major outcome of that COP meeting. So it was about this CMS convention, which actually tried to protect migratory species of either animal or any avian species or aquatic species. I'm expecting that you may got this question in your prelims, ki this Gandhinagar Declaration, because it is an India specific information. It was the 13th COP, was the only COP of CMS which was organized in India, right? So that COP meeting was ended with declaration known as Gandhinagar Declaration. So possible question would be what? Ki Gandhinagar Declaration is related with which subject? Let's say climate change, greenhouse gases, hazardous chemical waste, or migratory species protection. So your answer would be what? Protection of migratory species. This would be possible nature of question. Now at last moment, regarding these international level efforts, I should take up the very discussion of a very well-known international level institution. Whatever content which we have discussed so far were about different conventions. Now I am going to present the discussion regarding an institution of international level, and that institution actually work on the subject of biodiversity conservation. Name of that organization is IUCN. Although the very sphere of work of IUCN is much broader than biodiversity conservation, but here I should be very, very clear about one approach, that one very popular effort of IUCN related to biodiversity is its regular practice to inform entire global community about the level of threat faced by different species of flora and fauna across the world. What is the level of threat faced by different species? This organization used to provide regular information about it. And the very process of providing that information is actually in the form of compilation of one report. And we used to read that report as Red Data Book of which organization? IUCN. So we are going to take up few major informations about this organization and that Red Data Book also. Write down. Was established in 1948. Established in 1948. And this organization work for conservation of natural resources and to promote the culture of sustainable development Now here you are witnessing the use of one term that is known as sustainable development. Look, sustainable development term actually demands the proper balance between survival of natural resources and fulfillment of our aspiration related to growth and development. So this concept of sustainable development demands the very meticulous use of natural resources by humanity so that their survival would be maintained for upcoming generation. This is the demand of term sustainable development, and various efforts has been, or you can say, I can say ki are being implemented at global scale to secure or to promote the ideology of sustainable development. And one very popular effort related to sustainable development is what? The concept of sustainable development goals. So I should try to provide the very brief idea about efforts related to sustainability, because why I am taking up this dimension, because sustainable development dimension is directly related with the subject of biodiversity conservation, because it demands our rational use pattern of natural resources. So when we will talk about rational use of natural resources, indirectly this dimension is related with what? The aspiration of biodiversity conservation. So we should write down few information regarding sustainable development and related efforts. Again, whatever content which you will write about sustainable development, initially you need to write them, and again you just need to enclose all that content under square bracket so that you feel that it is an extra piece of information. Write down. The concept of sustainable development was initially defined by Brundtland Commission in 1987. Brundtland Commission in 1987. This definition was given under one report which had title now you should write the name of that title, which had title Future We Want. Future we want, full stop. According to commission, comma, sustainable development refers to that process of development which should have potential which should have potential to satisfy the aspiration of contemporary generation without compromising the aspiration of upcoming generation, full stop. In other words, comma, the conception of sustainable development demands natural resources, use of natural resources, comma, very essential, rational use of natural resources, which is very essential for biodiversity conservation, Few more informations about sustainable development. United Nations published Agenda 21 document related to sustainable development from the platform of Rio Summit. Look, what this report or document was actually. This report consists more than 400 agendas related to the sustainable development. And agendas means what? Agendas means nothing but various sub-subjects related to a major subject. For example, try to listen me. For example, civil services examination is an umbrella subject. Now, within this umbrella subject, we can think about various related sub-subjects such as prelims, paper 1, paper 2, mains, 4 GS papers, essay paper, qualifying paper, interview, final merit. So all these are what? Subset of that major umbrella subject. So major umbrella subject is what? Sustainable development. And what is sustainable development? That development which is very, very friendly for natural resources, right? So a which is very, very friendly for development is nothing but we are talking about economic growth of our country or society. We are also talking about socio-cultural improvement of society. Socio-cultural improvement means what? Improvement in various social issues of that given society. Health, education, let's say the very condition of caste-based discrimination, gender-based discrimination. All these are different types of what? Social issues. So if a society is ensuring its improvement over all these social issues, we would say that society is actually witnessing socio-cultural improvement. Try to appreciate this term of development. Development does not mean कि केवल इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन बेहतर है तो आप ये टर्म यूज करने लगोगे. Development means economic growth, along with economic growth, socio-cultural improvement. If a society would have very high level of economic edge, but condition, social and cultural subjects would be very, very weak, not consider that society as a developed society. And classic example is Gulf countries. They are very, very privileged in terms of economics, but their society is not the example of developed society. Why? Why? Due to weak condition of social issues there. So it is a very broader term which we are discussing, sustainable development. And third aspect of sustainable development is what? What? Environment protection. And under this environment protection, you can think for biodiversity conservation. Right? So if we are talking about sustainable development measure, you can say that this subject is directly or indirectly related with the issue of biodiversity conservation. Now, as I was saying, this report known as Agenda 21 consists more than 400 agendas related to sustainable development. So how you can think about these agendas? Let's say I'm talking about sustainable development. One dimension of sustainable development is economic. You can think about countless number of dimensions related to economic growth. For economic growth, we need to go for production. For production, there is requirement of investment. For the requirement of labor. For providing help in production as a labor, person must have skill. Related to economic growth or related to production, we can also talk about law and order condition. So all these issues, whether it is production, investment, skill, law and order, all these can be considered as different agendas related with, or we can say that these agendas are related with sustainable development. Ab samajh mein aaya? So more than 400 agendas means what? All these 400 agendas are actually, you can say they are spanning between in all these three dimensions. Few agendas are related with environment, few are related with socio-cultural, and few agendas are related with economic growth. And look, present a very beautiful dimension here. I am not going to dictate it because it is the part of economy, but since we are talking about sustainable development, so I should take up this dimension. So under Agenda 21, Agenda 21 report, more than 400 agendas were finalized. And all those agendas were related with a broader term of sustainable development. Now, after compilation of that report, the very next step which was taken by United Nations was to start work over all those agendas of that report. Now, which method of working was adopted by United Nations for that Agenda 21 report? Or you can say ki, in order to implement the very smooth, you can say, operational efficiency of all these agendas, which method of working was adopted by United Nations? I am going to talk about it. What United Nations, you can say, thought ki it is not possible to work on all these agendas in simultaneous manner or in one go. It is not possible at all. Why it is not possible? Because different regions of world have different socio-economic scenario, and the condition of a particular agenda would not be in same condition in all corners of world. Is not possible. Let's say I am talking about health. So few countries of world would I can say suffer from the problem of very weak health system in intense manner, but in some specific countries probably the condition of healthcare system would be very decent. So condition is not identical, and if condition of entire world is not identical over all these agendas, so it is not a very prudent way to work on these agendas in simultaneous manner. So what strategy needs to be taken here? United Nations thought ki initially we will pick up those agendas which can be considered as very fundamental for development of any society. Those agendas should create the foundation of development. Now, if I have to give you option, one agenda, let's say one subject is artificial intelligence and another subject is primary education. Which one should be considered as a foundational agenda? Primary education, na? So, this type of manner was adopted by United Nations. And in this context, United Nations considered that we need to follow the culture of target setting culture. Ki what target we have to achieve, in how much duration, we need to follow this manner in our working system. It was the perception of United Nations. That's why in the year of 2000, which year? 2000, United Nations initially picked and fixed target for 8 different subjects related to sustainable development. How many? 8. Now you may have this query ki what were those 8 subjects? So one was poverty, one was hunger, third one was infant mortality rate, maternal mortality rate, right? So in this manner 8 subjects were picked up and a target was also fixed. Ki over these subjects what we have to do. And the very target which was fixed by United Nations for those 8 subjects had its deadline of 2015. Ki those targets have to be achieved by entire world by the end of 2015, 2015. And all those 8 targets, or you can say goals, were announced by United Nations in the year of 2000. And name given for those 8 goals was Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, right? For example, one goal says that ki by the end of 2015, primary education should achieve the status of universalization in every member country of United Nations. Now, universalization of primary education means what? Every children of the age bracket of 6 to 14 years must be enrolled in either government or private educational institution. This is the meaning of this term, universalization of primary education. It was the one goal out of those 8 MDGs. Now again try to develop this, I can say, perception कि this was international level effort. Now which method we are working here? कि now we should talk about national level implementation of that international commitment. So India was also the member of that United Nations. So India also ratified these 8 MDGs. And India also started working over primary education. So you will find that between 2000 till 2015, many schemes and programs were announced by Government of India for our country, which were related with the subject of primary education. Are you familiar about RTE, Right to Education? In which year this right to education, fundamental right, was recognized and announced? In the year of 2002 through 86th Constitutional Amendment Act. Now what is the character of a smart aspirant? That smart aspirant will start correlating these two informations. What was special in 2002 that government actually thought for this type of act, and government introduced Right to Education Act in 2002 only? What was special? Now answer is what? Ki as the member of United Nations, India also needs to ensure its success over those 8 MDGs, and one MDG was about this primary education. That's why India or Government of India introduced that RTE Act in 2002. I can inform you about countless number of such efforts taken by government between 2000 to 2015, which can be correlated with those 8 MDGs. Countless number of examples I can give you. Again, one example related to primary education only. When these 8 MDGs were announced by United Nations in the year of 2000, so Government of India started the culture of mass mobilization. Mass mobilization means what? To promote mass campaign for increasing awareness among children and parents about the, you can say, relevance of primary education. And the name of that mass mobilization program, are you familiar about Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan? Yes. It was announced in 2000 only. Go and cross check it. 2000-2001. So why that Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan? Now you can correlate that Abhiyan with MDGs. But Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan does not provide any type of right to children. It was just a awareness drive, sensitization program. तो इससे तो काम चलने से रहा इंडिया में वो भी. तो इसलिए गवर्नमेंट ने कहा कि केवल अपील करके काम नहीं होगा, बच्चों को राइट दो. तब बारी आती है फिर राइट टू एजुकेशन की. राइट? सो द entire 15 years duration was actually dedicated over those 8 MDGs. When 2015 time was arrived, year was arrived, or when entire world came very closer to 2015, now a new discourse started evolving at the platform of United Nations. And what was that discourse? Ki now what should be our new step after 2015 as far as sustainable development is concerned. So in order to think about post 2015 strategy, United Nations organized one convention in 2012. Are you able to recall my previous lecture? That convention was known as Rio Plus 20. And at the platform of Rio Plus 20, it was decided that now United Nations will launch some new set of targets and goals related to sustainable development. And the name given to those new goals was SDG, जो पढ़ते हो आज के समय में किताबों में, Sustainable Development Goals. Their number is 17. And the very tenure of these 17 SDGs is between 2015 to 2030. Deadline is 2030. So India and entire world is currently working upon these 17 SDGs, right? And one very beautiful dimension I would like to extend here, and this would be my last content about SDG. When you will try to read about MDGs and SDGs, you can able to sense a very fine character of continuation. Continuation means what? Ki every SDG can be considered as the next step of MDG. Next step means what? Next step means कि प्री क्वालिफाई हो गया तो चलो अब मेंस पे काम करो, मेंस क्वालिफाई हो गया तो चलो अब इंटरव्यू पे काम करो. You cannot imagine about मेंस without qualifying prelims. ऐसा लिंक पाओगे एसडीजी और एमडीजी में. एक एग्जांपल बस मैं देता हूं, एक एग्जांपल. इफ यू हैव आइडिया अबाउट एसडीजीज, एसडीजी नंबर 4 talks about quality education. What? Quality. देखो अप्रोच में डिफरेंस. किस तरीके से कंटेंट को जब पढ़ोगे ना तो पढ़ने में इतना मजा आएगा कि उसका आपको आइडिया नहीं है, और कंटेंट को केवल लिखी गई बात की तरह पे रटने की कोशिश करोगे तो वो बोरियत लगेगी फिर आपको. क्वालिटी. वाई एसडीजी इज टॉकिंग अबाउट क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन? बिकॉज पिछले 15 सालों में किस पे काम हुआ है? एनरोलमेंट बढ़ाना, यानी क्वांटिटी पे. एनरोलमेंट बढ़ाना इज नॉट क्वालिटी, इट इज क्वांटिटी. नंबर बढ़ा रहे हो. And India actually achieved its success over that universalization of primary education. As of 2015, data says that more than 95% children of India between 6 to 14 years have been enrolled in primary education institution. It means we can say that India was very close to universalization. And when India look ki now we have ensured our success over that MDG, so what will be our next step? अब चलो अब एजुकेशन की क्वालिटी सुधारे. तो अब क्या देखोगे? Since 2015, many programs announced by government on the subject of primary educations are actually talking about quality of education, कि whether education is qualitative or not. Recent programs of government are about quality, especially those programs which were announced after 2000. Probably you may be familiar about one survey, ASER survey, Annual Status of School Education Report survey. This survey actually this survey is of one NGO, and you can say ki the very mandate of this survey is to check quality of primary education and at regular basis. You may be familiar about one very popular central government initiative which was started in 2019, Nipun Bharat. If you have any close relative of yours, if they are in any primary educational institution, government owned, go and try to discuss with them about this Nipun Bharat program. This program says कि every children of class 3 must perform some arithmetic operation. Yes? Okay. Must perform some arithmetic operation in order to be declared as Nipur candidate. So Nipur status, Asar survey, whether they are talking about quantity or quality, quality, right? So very fine approach you can notice in MDG as well as SDG. And all these efforts are nothing but, you can say, the implementation, or you can say the commitment of United Nations and entire world over the subject matter of sustainable development, right? So it was just a brief about sustainable development because we talked about it under IUCN. You need to add one more information about sustainable development, and then we will again come at IUCN topic. Last information related to sustainable development, comma, related to sustainable development, comma, United Nations launched, not launched here, released a document known as Agenda 21, document known as Agenda 21, report, full stop. So it was all about sustainable development and related brief information. Again, I am saying this is not the complete content of sustainable development because it is the normal topic of your economics. Here I gave just glimpse about sustainable development. So what is the function of IUCN? To ensure the conservation of natural resources and to promote sustainable development. And now next information about IUCN. You need to enclose this much content about sustainable development. And next information about IUCN. One popular effort of IUCN, is to release red data book, which inform us about the level of threat, of different flora and fauna species of world. Under this book, full stop and continue. Under this book, IUCN categorizes various species various species in following 9 different categories. Following 9 different categories. You should write down the name of these categories. One category is what? Can anyone help me? What would be that 9th category? Extinct in wild. Okay, near threatened. Near threatened. हो गया ना 9? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. And you need to write this information. Just draw this arrow and write down decreasing order of threat. Decreasing order of threat. अब देखो इसमें मैं आप लोगों को कुछ टास्क भी दे रहा हूं and it is purely it would be an effort to gather factual informations. I will pronounce the name of some critically endangered species related to India, and those species are very popular in discourse. You just need to read about these species, where they are found, what is their character, some basic information you need to gather, in which type of habitat they used to reside. ये जानबूझ के मैं आपको कंटेंट दे रहा हूँ, किसी के बहाने थोड़ा पढ़ना. देखो एक्सटिंक्ट की अगर हम बात करें, सो इंडिया स्पेसिफिक हम इंफॉर्मेशन लेंगे. देखो एक्सटिंक्ट का मतलब क्या कि इवन अ सिंगल मेंबर ऑफ दैट स्पीशीज इज नॉट प्रेजेंट. सो दैट इज द क्राइटेरिया ऑफ एक्सटिंक्ट. एक्सटिंक्ट इन वाइल्ड का मतलब होता है कि उसके गिने चुने जो मेंबर्स हैं वो कैप्टिविटी में बस हैं. दैट स्पीशीज डज नॉट हैव एनी प्रेजेंस इन वाइल्ड. वाइल्ड मीन मतलब क्या, खुलेआम जो अपने नेचुरल हैबिटेट में जो स्पीशीज रहते हैं उस तरीके से उसका सर्वाइवल नहीं बचा. 2-4 जो भी उसके मेंबर्स हैं सेलेक्टिव, वो कैप्टिविटी में है, राइट. तो वो कहते हैं एक्सटिंक्ट इन वाइल्ड. क्रिटिकली इंडेंजर्ड मीन्स व्हाट, दे आर ऑन द वर्ज ऑफ एक्सटिंक्शन. अगर उनको अब प्रोटेक्ट नहीं किया गया, सो दे मे एक्सटिंक्ट इन कमिंग फ्यूचर, वो कैटेगरी है क्रिटिकली इंडेंजर्ड. अब उससे थ्रेट और कम होगा तो कैटेगरी आएगी इंडेंजर्ड की, फिर वल्नरेबल, नियर थ्रेटेंड एंड सो ऑन. सो you should write the name of few as far as extinct species are concerned. According to IUCN, Asiatic cheetah, then Himalayan quail, quail. I'm pronouncing the name of those species which are extinct in India. And why? Because we are preparing for UPSC, so we need to be aware about India specific information. Asiatic cheetah, Himalayan quail, quail, and one more, pink-headed duck. Pink-headed duck, and one is Javan rhinoceros. Javan, Javan rhinoceros. Javan rhinoceros. Yes. Look, you all are familiar that government is currently working on cheetah reintroduction program. Huh? But the cheetahs which has been, you can say, relocated in India, they are not Asiatic cheetah, they are African. लिख लो कुछ information about cheetah reintroduction program. Again, it is a factual information. And write down, cheetah was declared extinct from India. Cheetah was declared extinct from India. Cheetah was declared extinct from India 1952. In 1952, but currently central government is working on cheetah reintroduction program. Working on cheetah reintroduction program. Working on cheetah reintroduction program. Under this program, government has government had introduced African cheetah into Kuno National Park and Gandhi Sagar Wildlife Sanctuary. Kuno, Kuno, Kuno National Park and Gandhi Sagar Wildlife Sanctuary of Madhya Pradesh. Wildlife Sanctuary of Madhya Pradesh. Right? So, and which is the nodal agency of this cheetah reintroduction program in India? Nodal agency is NTCA, National Tiger Conservation Authority. National Tiger Conservation Authority. Conservation Authority is the nodal agency of this program in India. Right? Look, why these national parks were selected? Because the very climate and physiographic condition of African cheetah is very similar to the climatic and physiographic condition of these two national parks. That's why these locations were identified. So these are some examples of extinct species. Similarly, you should write down the name of critically endangered species. Look, this list is very, you can say, lengthy. I'm giving the name of some popular species which are actually critically endangered. First of all, you should write down the name of few mammals species which are extinct. Mammals, पहले कुछ mammals का लिखो. Pygmy hog, Pygmyhog, pygmy hog. Then next, Namdafa flying squirrel. Namdafa, Namdapha, Namdafa flying squirrel. Malabar caveat, CIVET, Malabar caveat, VET. Then Sumatran rhinoceros, and last one is Kashmiri stag, STAG. This Kashmiri stag is also known as hangul in local name. Hangul, HANGUL. कश्मीरी स्टैग का जो लोकल नेम पॉपुलर है वो है हांगुल, HANGUL, हांगुल. Similarly, you should write few birds which are critically endangered. Should I pronounce their name? Great Indian bustard, then next forest owlet, OWLET, and one more, white rumped vulture, rumped, rumped vulture. These are few birds which are critically endangered in India. Again, fishes. Ganges shark, and then you should write one heading, few other critically endangered species. Asiatic lion, then Nilgiri tahar. For Nilgiri tahar, that Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve is popular, famous, right? Nilgiri tahar, then snow leopard, then lion-tailed macaw, tailed, TAILED, lion-tailed macaw. And last one is Bengal tiger. So you just need to read about these species with your own effort, right? And what you need to read, as I previously suggested, you just need to explore two dimensions. What? Conditions in which they survive and their feeding behavior, right? So it is about Red Data Book of IUCN. Now, on the line of Red Data Book published by IUCN, one national level authority in India also publishes its Red Data Book, but that Red Data Book is of national level only. And the very Red Data Book which published by that agency is actually provide information regarding the level of threat of plant species. That Red Data Book does not consist information about animal or bird species. Although Red Data Book of IUCN provide information about the level of threat of plant as well as animals. But if we talk about that National Agency of India, which publishes similar Red Data Book for entire country, that Red Data Book consists information only about what? Plant species. And that agency is Geological Survey of India. Write down its name. On ऐसे लिखो by changing paragraph. On the line of Red Data Book of IUCN, on the line of Red Data Book of IUCN, comma, Botanical Survey of India and Geological Survey of India, Botanical Survey of India and Geological Survey of India prepare their own report about the level of threat. That report is also known as Red Data Book. So we have done with all these important international level initiatives taken, or you can say announced, on the subject of biodiversity conservation. Now, at the very last moment of today's lecture, I would like to take up the last topic, and this topic is about one particular location or geographic area which support a very high level of biodiversity, and along with discussing the very functional mechanism of that area, we would take up information regarding some initiatives which are actually ambitious for protecting the biodiversity of that considered location. The region or the location about which I am going to initiate my discussion is known as wetland, right? If you can recall my previous lecture of first segment, I actually talked about ecotone. And ecotone they are the transition area between two different adjacent ecosystems. It means that within ecotone, we can easily notice the presence of the very condition of both these ecosystems, but in mixed format. These wetlands are also the classic example of ecotone. Why these wetlands are the example of ecotone? Because if we look at the definition of these wetlands, they are considered primarily as terrestrial location. They are primarily which type of location or area? Terrestrial. But these terrestrial areas are actually inundated with water. Inundated with water either partially or you can say permanently. So terrestrial area one and inundated with water matlab aquatic ecosystem. Mixing of two different ecosystems and condition. It forms wetland, and these wetlands are also a very popular example of ecotone. Being ecotone, they demonstrate edge effect, and being ecotone, they also support the survival of edge species, right? And not only the function of supporting edge species, they also perform the very crucial role for sustainable maintenance of entire earth cycle. For example, if I would give one example in this dimension, these wetlands are also known as I referred this dimension in my previous lecture, these wetlands are also known as kidney of earth because they perform the function of filtration of groundwater. So whenever we are discussing biodiversity and biodiversity conservation, that discussion would not be considered as a complete discussion if we are not talking about wetlands, right? So please write few informations about wetlands. They are primarily a terrestrial location or terrestrial areas. They are primarily a terrestrial area which are inundated with water, either completely or partially, full stop. Wetlands are the prominent example of ecotone. Wetlands are the prominent example of ecotone because they demonstrate the condition of terrestrial as well as aquatic ecosystem. Condition of terrestrial as well as aquatic ecosystem. Condition of terrestrial as well as aquatic ecosystem. Full stop. Few examples of wetland are delta, estuaries, marshy land. Are you familiar with this term? Marshy land. Then even lakes. Most important example of wetland in India is Chilka Lake, of your state only. How many had visited Chilka Lake? No one. सभी घूमे हो ना? अच्छा, कोई ऐसा नहीं जिसका घर है वहां पे या उसके आसपास? In which city? Ganjam. Okay. Ganjam district. Khorda in Ganjam. Join. Okay, along the boundary of these two districts. Okay.
Very small portion is in Ganjam.
How much distance from Bhubaneswar? 65. Just similar to the distance between Puri and Bhubaneswar. वो भी तो शायद 65 km है ना? पुरी का डिस्टेंस 80 किलोमीटर. तुम लोगों का बैच 2 दिन मुझे ऑफ करना पड़ेगा घूमने के लिए. अरे क्यों, मतलब घूमूंगा और क्या. बहुत सारी चीजें. इट इज द प्लेस. हाँ, क्या क्या है वैसे भुवनेश्वर में? क्या है अपार्ट फ्रॉम दीज 2 caves? नंदनकानन, लिंगराज टेम्पल. ओके, म्यूजियम. चलो, बहुत वो तो मैंने बताया ना, केव्स तो मुझे आइडिया है उसका. अच्छा, कुछ ऐसा सजेशन मुझे मत देना, मैं आपके उस सजेशन पे हंस रहा हूं या मुझे सस्पिशन है जो आप धीमे से सजेस्ट करके हंस रहे हो कि जाओ वहां पे एकदम. हाँ, सो नहीं, दैट इज अ वेरी ब्यूटीफुल प्लेस. इट इज भीतर धौल. यस, अशोक. भीतरकनिका तो वर्ल्ड पॉपुलर लोकेशन है. भीतरकनिका नेस्टिंग साइट फॉर ओलिव रिडले टर्टल्स. अभी हम इसी में देखेंगे कल के लेक्चर में भीतरकनिका. और फिर वहां पे एक कम्युनिटी है, आई एम फॉरगेटिंग इट्स नेम, जो इस पूरे प्रोग्राम को, प्रोजेक्ट ओलिव रिडले टर्टल को वो मैनेज करती है, वो कम्युनिटी वहाँ की. सो मुझे तो अगर मौका मिला तो पहली बार तो मैं तो वहीं पे जाना पसंद करूंगा, लेकिन अभी इस ट्रिप में तो पॉसिबल नहीं लग रहा है मुझे तो. अच्छा, 4 hours. चलो यार, ये गलत बात है. एटलीस्ट मुझे भी तो समझ में आना चाहिए क्या कह रहा हूँ. आई शुड लर्न उड़िया बाय द वे. आई वॉज इन बंगाल फॉर 1 month. But they are very close, na? Gahirmatta beach and Bhitarkanika both are popular for it. Yes, yes, Gahirmatta. Okay, chalo, we should continue. Nandankanan. It is very close to this city. Lingaraj temple and Bhat. 14 kilometer, na? हाँ. I saw one board on road. There was it was written over there 14 kilometer Nandankanan in that location. Probably when I was landing over Bhubaneswar airport, तो एक बहुत बड़ा स्पेस मुझे दिखा. अब रात का समय था तो I was not able to make myself कि whether it was any lake or forest area, but ऐसा ही कुछ रहा होगा. और मुझे अब लग रहा है कि वो नंदनकानन का ही एरिया था. आपके जब मेरी फ्लाइट बिल्कुल लैंड करने वाली थी. अच्छा, एलिफेंट केव. ओके, चलो. हाँ हाँ, मैं तो मुझे ये लगा कि प्रोबेबली इट वुड बी अ वेरी बिग लेक. फिर मैंने लोगों से पता किया तो ऐसा कोई लेक का प्रेजेंस तो नियर बाई नहीं है. तो फिर मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि शायद वो नंदनकानन का एरिया हो, बट you may be correct. Please continue. We should terminate this class. Please write next information. Wetlands support healthy level of biodiversity, and they also perform many other functions, and they also perform many other functions for surrounding environment. For example, their crucial role in filtration of groundwater, surface water. Their crucial role in filtration of surface water. That's why they are also known as kidney of earth. That's why they are also known as kidney of earth. From next slide. Popular international framework of wetlands conservation is Ramsar Convention. Which was signed in 1971 in Ramsar city of Iran. Next information. Wetlands of different countries which are recognizes and protected under the framework of Ramsar Convention, which are recognizes and protected under the framework of Ramsar Convention, are known as Ramsar sites. Are known as Ramsar site. United Kingdom has presence of most number of Ramsar sites. If you should not write this data, but I may be I can say incorrect in terms of number, but of some is unit, but roughly around 175 Ramsar sites are there in UK, right? And continue, and 89 Ramsar sites are in India. 89 Ramsar sites are in India. and in bracket you should write down highest number in Asia. Highest number in Asia. Right? So it was about Ramsar Convention and related informations. Few informations are yet to be discussed in this topic, but I am completely exhausted now. So we should wrap up today's lecture here only, and then we will start afresh from tomorrow. Thank you.